Hello, hello, hello. I think this is on. Can you guys hear me? Hello, hello, hello. And more to the point, I'm not late. I'm literally a minute. It's not even a minute. I click go live. How dare you, chat? I've also got Josh with me. Are you
Hello.
there, Josh? Hello.
Yeah, I'm here in the background. Yeah, I can confirm you're live. I've got your stream open. You have one viewer, and it's me.
Yes.
I can confirm you're working. Let me try and get you double up in my ears. Okay, yeah, your audio is working as well. I can confirm.
Mega.
Don't lie to him, chat. Hello.
Absolutely mega. Hello, chat. So, this is our mission today. We're going to watch. Well, we're going to watch the stream, but there are two things which are going to be super interesting. Well, there's three things that are going to be super interesting. So, and I must say, this is sponsored by Overwatch League as well. This video is. You be aware of that. Because it's an official co-stream. Good lord. So, yeah, we've got the Sombra and Bastion rework information, which should be, I think, at the start of the stream. So, that's something to look out for once this countdown timer finishes. I think it's like a 15-minute introduction. Then we go into that. Then we've got the start of the Overwatch League. Although, I think of the finals, I think there's like a little bit of a preamble to that, which is going to build the hype and all of that stuff. Then we're going to get the first half of the grand finals. Then at half time, we get a Overwatch 2 show match with pro players who are actually out in Hawaii. So that should be a really good watch. And then we get to see the rest of the finals. So it should actually be quite interesting, this. I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping, Josh, that there's like some spicy tidbits of info. Like, I want to see Sojourn. Just put Sojourn in the experimental one. It'd be cool.
Yeah, like, it's because how many new heroes are going to be in Overwatch 2? Like, I want to see more than just Sojourn. I want to see all sorts of things. I want to see what cool things they're doing to shake up the game. I also want to see more of, like, the 5v5. Like, because we've seen a few games of that now. We've seen a little bit of how it works, but I want to see more like the tank reworks and kind of how they're going to make some of these tanks work, how they're going to make Hammond work, how they're going to make... Because I was peeking at your chat, I was watching you, chat, I had my eyes on you, and I was peeking at... And, like, some of you were like, yeah, like, Orisa's really slow, for example. Like, how's Orisa going to work? And, you know, let people ride Orisa, you know, let people sit on her back or something like that. Like, have some cool stuff with these tanks, because I want to see what they're going to do with that. I'm looking forward to seeing more of that stuff.
Yeah, chat. I'm going to bring you in on the stream so you can see yourself. Thank you for the 5. I'm not entirely sure how this works. Do I click that? There we go. Angelus, thank you. Congrats on the big stream. Looking forward to an awesome event. Awesome stuff. Yeah, like, okay, chat. Here's the thing. What do you think they're going to do to Sombra? Right now, I'll give you a little bit of a hint of things that they've tried in the past and apparently they're not going to do. So, it's about hack. They're going to change hack. So, you hack a target and your whole team can see that target through the walls. That was one thing they tried and apparently they didn't like. The next thing is you hack the target and Sombra does extra damage to that target. Again, this was something they didn't like. But there was another change to both of those changes, that when you used hack, you came out of invis, but it didn't break invis. So after you hacked the target, you went instantly back into invis again. So, but they didn't like that. So the question is, what do you think they're going to do? An EMP as well will just be extremely broken. if that kept silent. Like, what I'm thinking, Josh, here, right, is they obviously don't like, and I don't think any of us really like, being hacked and not being able to use your abilities. It doesn't feel great.
Yeah, that's never fun. And, like, especially if there's just one tank on the field and it's like a Reinhardt with his barrier up and you just turn that off, like, GG. Like, Sombra becomes mandatory. So they're going to have to make something work with her, or make her do something slightly different. Maybe she just doesn't work on tanks, or maybe she just does something different to tanks. I don't know. But they've always shied away from that kind of, like, exceptionalism. Like, that kind of idea of, like, oh, this works this way on this, but doesn't work this way on that. So I'm not sure. I really want to see what they do with Sombra as well. Like, that was one of my first thoughts as well, is how are they going to make that hero work? Because I like playing Sombra. I like being the person who gets to have fun and the other person doesn't get to have fun. So, yeah, there's so many questions going into this of just, like, so many little hero things that they're going to need to change and tweak. But we have assurances that they are, you know, they're thinking ahead, that they're not just going to release Overwatch 1 and ditch a tank. Like, Zarya's going to be changed, Diva's going to be changed, Hammond will be changed. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, I think that's the other thing, right? For this show match, I mean, we've not seen Orisa. She wasn't shown in the previous PvP stuff, so it will be interesting to see what they've done to her. And I don't think Hammond was shown either. Thanks, Exotic Blade, for the 1 HP buff. I don't think that would do it. See, the thing with Sombra, a machine pistol sounds amazing, but it sounds way better than what it actually does damage-wise. But the issue is she's got all those other abilities that, you know, you obviously can't let her do more damage. That might be ridiculous. I don't know. And again, what about Bastion? Like, I think for Bastion, I'm pretty sure, I don't know whether you guys in the chat can confirm this or what, but I'm fairly sure that I seen mention of Bastion being able to move in sentry mode. Not very fast, but he could sort of, like, he almost turned into like a hover mode, and he could hover about, which allowed him to move a little bit. I don't know whether they do that or what.
Bring 1.0 Bastion back. Bring Beta Bastion
No!
back. Give him the shield.
Hang on, guys. You got a volume problem? What's the volume problem? The music in the background, you mean? That's intentionally low.
Ooh. Ooh. Hello, can you hear
Hello,
us,
James.
chat?
Hello, James.
Oh god, this is always a nightmare doing this.
Yeah, no, it's always a nightmare.
Chat.
Joe, thank you for the 2, man. Hacking a
Say
teammate would be
pineapple
fun.
if you can hear us.
No, it wouldn't. Can you imagine that? Hack your teammate. Sorry about that. Buddy, thanks for the 2. Yeah.
Oh god, can you imagine turning off your own Reinhardt shield or something? Oops, sorry, mistargeted. LOL. His sentry might you be on cooldown. Like, give him some tank tracks or something. Let him move ever so slightly.
Let's go, Chaz. Thanks for the 2. Who's going to win the grand final? So I guess we should talk about that. Now, me and Josh are quite biased here because there is a certain player on Atlanta Reign who has been involved in the UK World Cup team forever. And it's KSP, or he's now known as Kai. I can't sing this guy's praises enough. Like, he, as a grinder, this guy is insane. I've seen him when we held boot camps. He'd be the only player in the team that would literally stay and keep grinding away. When everybody went back to the hotel rooms, he was there. He's like a machine. So he deserves everything he gets. But, I mean, Shanghai have got to be the favourites here easily. But I hope Atlanta put up a good fight. I hope they win. Yeah. But, I mean, that's...
We're basically going to... This is like the Kai Appreciation Club here.
Yeah.
Like, this is what's happening. We're going to be... Every time he's on the kill feed, we'll be cheering and celebrating. But Shanghai seem to be the favourites. Shanghai seem to be the clear favourites going into this. I'll admit, I'm going to need chat to fill me in every so often on bits and pieces here and there, but from the Overwatch League I have been watching, Shanghai have looked dominant. They've looked dominant in the tournaments. They are the ones that are going to be, on top here. But Kai can do it. Kai's going to do it. He's going to win. He's going to destroy everybody. He's just going to break out the Widowmaker out of nowhere. Bang, 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 bang.
Just cracked out of his mind.
just instantly blow him away. No problem. Easy.
We love you as well, Jacob.
And then next year they're going to be like, oh man, we need more UK players, and they're going to get tons of British players into the Overwatch League. It's going to be fantastic. The World Cup's going to come back, and the UK is going to win that. And it's all good from there. It's all glory from there.
Kalen, thanks for the 5. So, Bitsy or ML7 put the idea out that hacking a teammate would reduce your teammates' cooldown timers, not hinder them.
That's actually clever.
That's actually clever, but the thing is, everyone would be like, hack me, Sombra. You know what I mean? It would be terrible. It would be like Anna's Nano.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nano me.
Hack me. Can you imagine it?
Hack me, please, Sombra.
They've somehow made Overwatch 2 more toxic than Overwatch. Hack me now. Overwatch is a hacking problem.
Oh.
Dr. Kiwi, thank you. Yeah, it's sad shock didn't get to the finals. It is actually super sad because the last Overwatch League finals I actually went to, the Philadelphia one, I remember talking to... So we had a funny moment in the lobby of the hotel after the finals. So Super's there with the Overwatch League trophy, and I'm like, hey. So I got to hold the Overwatch League trophy again. But also, I got to hold it. We actually went there, didn't we, Josh, to the New York finals?
We were at that one.
I had the trophy. It's on my Instagram. Oh, dear. I was holding the trophy. It's heavy as hell.
I mean, there's a picture that comes up everywhere with, Spitfire on the stage, and there's like one player raised up high, and there's your hand very pointedly on someone's back.
Birdring, yeah.
Yeah, on Birdring's hand, making sure he doesn't fall over and like collapse.
I always tell the story as well because the trophy was so heavy. They legitimately came into the backstage and were having the players make sure they could pick it up because it was really heavy. They were like, we don't want any injuries on stage. Dear, oh dear. Hang on, chat. Let me just have a look.
So this Overwatch 2 thing is live, right? Like the Overwatch 2 thing is...
I don't know.
They have players in Hawaii or something.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think... I'm not sure if the Sombra rework stuff and the Bastion rework will be live. Maybe that's pre-recorded and they just play it.
Yeah.
The match, I hope, is live, but I don't know. I did hear some
players at a venue as well. Like I'm excited to have players in venues again. I like having players in venues and things like that happening. Like I like it when players are at locations. You know. Ooh.
Yeah, I think we are.
Yeah, also, I am excited for Overwatch 2 news.
No, yeah, this is the thing, guys. Like, everybody is excited for anything to do with Overwatch 2, because it's like, when Overwatch 2 news comes out, it's like, yeah, let's go. Give me a bit of that. Sometimes you can get overhyped, but it's fine to get overhyped to begin with. Then we can sit back, and then we can take it all in, but... Tyler, thanks. Maybe Sombra will be changed to a support, and a hack will reduce cooldowns on your teammates. An EMP will do it for all your teammates. Maybe. But I don't think they'll make her a support, though. I think they want to make everybody more offensive in Overwatch 2. And less, like, you know...
Yeah, they've been pushing, like, this brawly angle,
Yeah.
but they've been also pushing, like, the removal of all this hard crowd control and trying to, like, get rid of, like, stuns and things like that. So, or, like, shift them around and move them and make sure that all the roles kind of feel like they have a purpose in the team, so they want to move that kind of crowd control to tanks and not onto the DPS. So it puts Sombra in a weird place, because she's always kind of been this supportive DPS, in that she kind of enables the team to do things like a support should do, which is always kind of an interesting, like, hero in design. But she's also, like, very overbearing when she's powerful, and if there's just one tank, that's going to be incredibly overbearing.
Taka, thank you for the 10, legend. Yeah, I think I agree with that, Josh. Like, I mean, from what we've seen with the PvP stuff earlier in the year, it looked like... So basically, your maps are bigger. You've got one less tank, which actually is quite a bit less damage on the field. But because it's so open, heroes like Tracer, and they've even said this in recent forum posts, but like Tracer and Doomfist are just massively powerful in the builds of Overwatch 2 that they had. So they probably need to be, like, reined in, because they're a bit too self-sufficient. But, like, you know, the issue we always have with this is we don't play Overwatch 2. I mean, I'm lucky enough to have played Overwatch 2, but it was in 2019. So it's like, we play Overwatch. We can't base anything they tell us about Overwatch 2, or rather, we don't have the foundation, right? Because we're working from an Overwatch perspective. And it's like,
yeah,
hang on, it's Overwatch 2, but it's like, it's like, oh, Dexto, thank you for the 5.
What if hack enabled enemy friendly fire? I could only see that going well.
That'd be
If
great.
you hack the
That would be
Reinhardt, there's
great.
a bastion behind him, and he just gets obliterated. That's
great.
only going to end well.
That's great. That's great, chat. Firemaster, thanks for the 5. I think we all are, but we hope it doesn't.
I'm looking forward to it. Like, I'm looking forward to it feeling fresh and new and having new things to experiment with. Like, you got to remember as well, like I said, we're not playing Overwatch 2, and we're not playing with, like, a ton of extra heroes that are going to be added in on top of this. So we have no idea how things are going to shake out in terms of all these extra things being added on top of the 5-player, on top of all the buffs and changes and stuff like that. It's going to be mental. There's going to be so much different.
Illy,
but
thank you.
It is fun to speculate. It is very fun to speculate.
It is fun. Like, speculation's great. Illy, thanks for the 4.99 or the 5, I guess. What if Bastion had a cooldown where he could transport or do a super jump, like BAP, if he's being dove on?
Ooh. That super jump could be devious, because that just opens positioning all over the place.
Just real Nomi, you're about to get timed out, so calm down. Lucas Wright, thank you very much for the 5. Can't wait to see this new gameplay in your video for the next 4 months. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, we got, so I've got all the videos downloaded of all the Overwatch 2 stuff we've got, and it's like, I go through it and I'm like, have I used this section? Obviously I have, and I'm like trying my best to like cut and chop it.
Yeah,
Jesus,
listen,
thank
like,
you as well.
because I was one of the creators who was churning out Overwatch 1 content months before we had a beta or anything like that, and the amount of footage that I've recycled in my time. Yeah, it's the YouTube game, chat. You got to use what you got, right? And so get used to this footage. It's going to become your good friend over the next few months, but it's fresh now. Good reason to be excited about it. So, there's things happening on the stream.
Yeah, so what we're going to do, guys, is the stream's going to be a little bit low volume at the moment. I'll leave the chat on for a second. So I think there's just going to be introduction stuff, like they're just going to talk about what's going on. But when they get to the Overwatch 2 bit, we'll turn the stream volume up so we can hear it. Because it gets a bit awkward if their volume's high and then we're talking over it. It's like, ah.
What we call in production crosstalk, and it's never
Aaron Keller, 179. Hi, Stylosa. Hack can now instantly kill everyone. Oh, God. Legend. Is this why you became the new game director with ideas like this?
Revolutionary new direction. Sombra just deletes characters from the game.
You hacked. It's like when you hack Soldier, his legs stop working, but now as you hack you just stop working.
Overwatch just crashes. Like it's just literally hacking.
Hey, look, chat. Over Coke. I've got Coke. Woo.
I'm on the coffee at the moment. It is a touch late here in the UK, so if we do sound a little bit fatigued or a little bit tired, that
Yeah, we do apologise, guys.
why.
Tim C, thanks for the 5. What else have we got here? Taka, thanks for the 5 again. Genji can now accidentally deflect his own teammates' ult in Overwatch 2. Oh no. Jesus, thanks for the 5. I think that would just allow hacks to show the HP cooldown timers and position it more detailed with a make-up. Maybe. Noel, thank you for the 1111. And you say, hack map interaction? I haven't heard anyone talk about how hacking health packs might change. Here's the thing. What do you guys even think about health packs? Do you think they should even remain in the game? What do you think, John?
I'm like as a support as well. Like oftentimes, I don't want to bother my other support. They're busy.
But you get but you regen your health now in Overwatch 2. See, this is the problem. We think about Overwatch 1, don't we? But all supports in Overwatch 2 have got passive health regen.
I think it is important though, because it gives you something to fight over. It gives you something to control. Like from a tactical optimization point of view, like having control of a certain large health pack or having control of certain areas of the map suddenly becomes more important when you can suddenly top off a Reinhardt by having him step in a certain place. Like I think removing them removes a powerful option in the game. So I like them because I think they just add a little bit of tactical depth, but they could go.
Faith, thanks for the 5. Do you think the removal of double shield in 5v5 will make double sniper comps really overwhelming to play against? Yes. Now, this is, I think, the problem they're dealing with, because the maps are bigger, so Widowmaker's stronger, and Ash will be stronger as well, and probably Hanzo, because there's less tanks to get in your face, right? So, I don't know, this is a really delicate balance. But again, we keep saying this, and it's like the ultimate get-out clause. We base this on the way we play Overwatch now, and not what Overwatch 2 is. So unless we've got the beta to play, we're never really going to know. But I do think that is a legitimate concern, honestly. I'm just going to run through some of these quick, Josh. Zalthi, sorry, I've destroyed your name. I do apologise. I don't know what that currency is, but thank you for it. That seems like a hell of a lot. Moving Bastion is going to be hard to balance in low elo. I think that, like, some of the heroes, like Reaper's always the one, isn't he, for lower elos, where he just gets out of control.
Yeah, especially with a single tank as well.
Yeah.
Like, Reaper's going to be feasting on that single tank every single time, and the moment that tank goes down, it blows things wide open.
You know what, Josh? Like, Reaper was incredibly powerful in the PvP stream they showed a couple of months ago. Like, he was straight up deleting Winston, like, instantly. It was like, what the hell is this? Which I suppose is his job, but frightening. Firemaster says, how are you, Battlesty? Don't leave the stream too many times. I'll try not to. But if I do leave, you know why. Squishy, thanks for the 10. This is Jeff from the Overwatch team. I believe that's a lie, but we'll roll with it. Sombra is now able to hack the point and cap it faster for the team, and has been moved to the support role with no actual healing capabilities. Nice try. Well, that's the thing, though, chat, right? So CC is being heavily nerfed, right, across the board, as far as we're aware. They were even talking about removing flashbang. See, this is the thing, right? When we watch the gameplay at half-time, we're going to have to, like, try and notice the differences, because it's going to be very hard. There'll be a lot of stuff going on. Obviously, you know, I'll probably make about 10 other videos on this gameplay going, have you seen this? Look at this. But, yeah, it's just really cool to try and catch it in real time.
It appears this crowd control deploys in 2 frames faster than it does previously.
Matt, what the hell? Come and cast it at half-time? No. I don't know what I'm talking about. Also, we keep moaning about the time. It is literally, it's 10 to 1 in the morning, and I believe this is going to finish at about 4 a.m. for us. So I'll probably get told off for this, but I believe Coca-Cola owns this company, maybe. But this has been keeping me going, which is probably not a good thing. And copious amounts of coffee, but I do have a Coke. I'm on brand.
Oh, very good. Yeah, I don't have a webcam on, so I'm enjoying myself over here. Ready to watch a whole pile of Overwatch League. Honestly, it's going to be a good time, chat. Like, put your feet up, crack open a Coke, sit back, get ready to enjoy some chilled out Overwatch 2 and Overwatch League. Honestly,
No, it's
that's
cool.
the vibe I want.
Well,
That's the
I
vibe
hope
I'm
that they
looking
allow this for next season, like just to be able to sit back and chill and almost do a watch party for the games, because I think that'd help the league a hell of a lot.
Yeah, hang out. Like, it's fun. It's really fun. And we're gonna stay. Yeah, it's an all-nighter. We're gonna stay up all night. And we're gonna watch some Overwatch League and some Overwatch 2, and finally know what's going on with Overwatch 2, maybe, or at least have thousands of videos worth of speculation. We gotta keep Star afloat somehow, chap. We gotta keep him going. Okay.
Yeah, it's like my favorite pastime to try and see. Look, Coca-Cola told you be as over the top as possible with video titles. You might have noticed, chat. I've recently reined back in. See what I did there? Reined, because their logo's on the screen. My use of the word huge, because it was in too many video titles.
Yeah. How do you feel about the word insane?
Yeah, I think I have. I don't know. I can't comment on that. I may have used big in. What does this stream title actually say? Does it say new gameplay? Okay. Yeah, I think it says big on the thumbnail.
Ooh.
Let me just catch up, chat. Hang on. Tim C, thank you for the 5. Sty with Brig's loss of Bash. Oh, yeah. So the Brig is interesting stuff. I'd imagine that we will see Brig in this show match, because why would they talk about her on the forums? And then, like, it's almost like they're leading us into it, maybe, right? And we might see a bit of Brig. But yeah, Brig with no stun through Shield Bash is kind of a weird one, because Brig, it's kind of nice, the movement is off Shield Bash. The stun, maybe not. And then, of course, you add the other thing into this, right, Josh, of if flankers are more powerful, surely Brig kind of needs the stun. And then I go even deeper, and I'm like, the tank passive in Overwatch 2, I think, is reduced knockback distance, not reduced crowd control effects. So why couldn't the tanks have reduced crowd control and then Brig retains a stun? But then I know Brig's stun is a major owie point in the game.
Yeah.
You know, it's really difficult.
That's one way of putting it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a frequent source of frustration. Let's put it that way.
Paulus says, thanks for the 5 as well. Hack enemy spawns so they can't get out. I mean, that's even worse than being hacked and losing the control of your character. You're like, what the hell? Pegleg, thanks for the 899. I hope you're not. Maybe you're a pirate. I don't know. So yeah, like this season for Overwatch League, I've been catching quite a lot of the like regular season games, but the actual cups, I very rarely see them live, because they're like very late for me. Because, well, I think Hawaii is, I believe it's 11 hours in front of the UK, so it's a bit of an ask. But I do catch some of the restreams or the encores. But I'll be surprised if Shanghai don't win, but I really hope that Rain do, because I want KSP, oh well, my boy Kai, to do some damage.
Kai. Just keep on cheering him on.
Thanks for the 199, Taka. Reaper nerfs incoming. What's this, Sir Surreal? Within the last year, you have used the word huge 19 times in your titles.
He's got better data on you than you have. Like,
huge. Oh no. Oh, it could make it a boop. That's the thing. Like, so she bashes you back away. That would make more sense, right?
it's still kind of weird.
But she's got whip shot.
You could do that from.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean Brig? I thought you meant Sombra.
No,
like,
no, I mean Brig. Yeah. But then I kind of sniped you. Yeah.
Brig just like knocking people around makes sense.
So much for having me on. View is amazing.
It's not bad, you know, not bad, right?
It's pretty good. Yeah, just another day in the office. You know, at this point, it's nothing.
I'm not sure about hacking allies though, because that would make it also make the UI a lot more complicated. I imagine what I suspect is they'll make hack a lot more minor than it is, because right now a lot of Sombra's power, if you think of characters, like from a game design point of view, if you think of them in terms of like a power budget, Sombra's power budget is all skewed towards that hack. Like her damage output's okay, especially if you get close to someone, she can blender people, but it's still very, very leaning towards hack and EMP. Like that's the source of her power. And I imagine they might move that away towards her, like, machine gun a little bit more and make her a little bit more, I don't know, fighty and aggressive.
Thanks for the 5 as well, Yumi.
see some of it
Yeah,
later.
real Nami, I know you do. But you'll also be liking the timeout button in a minute.
Oh no, I already got him.
Oh, nice one. Thank you for your support. Caleb, thank you for the $4.99. I hope the next tank released is oversized and has David Beckham's voice. What the hell? Hey guys, it's me, David Beckham.
I could start regen. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Hey, Sty, welcome to the Waking Up at Stupid Times to Watch on the UK gang.
It felt like Call of Duty.
Yes, hello. I'm alive.
After respawn, battling, just
You know, it kind of made me laugh this morning, guys, because I was like setting up the stream and it literally said like stream live in 12 hours. And I was like, oh my God, how can I possibly push through this? I did try to go to sleep in the day, but it did not work. So I'm afraid it's caffeine all the way. Hang on, they're talking about Overwatch 2, so we're going to up the volume a bit.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the pace of the game is going to change a lot, and we're going to see how it works out with 5v5. I think
some exciting Overwatch 2. Yeah, Sty's off to get a drink.
Hello, chat. I'm back.
There we go. There he is.
No, I'm back. I'm gonna let's speed this up.
Welcome back to the Watchmen Halftime Show. The sun is shining here in beautiful Hawaii. Everyone's having a great time.
Everyone's having a great time.
From
Dude, we're only a
the
few seconds
Shanghai
behind.
players. So let's dive into this first half of the grand
Oh no.
finals. Currently, the Shanghai Dragons are.
Oh
leading
Lord.
the
All right,
advantage
chat. Let's do
rate
this.
3 to absolutely 0. We're
Yeah, I mean,
back
they gotta
here
get the
on
Overwatch 2
deck with
segment in
Jonathan
now.
Reinforced Larson,
Like,
Scott
quickly.
Kennedy, and Danny Lim Lim. It's been a while.
Before there's a match, it's all over.
Classic, a real classic. It's also a classic to make the grand finals as quick as possible, apparently, in the Overwatch League. So, you know, in tradition, we just keep that one up. Walk us through how.
No,
we
chat. I
got
just
here,
downed a load of
starting,
water because I'm
course,
burning
with
up.
our control
Now I'm
map.
come back to drink more Coke. It's not.
Where
It's
do you
not.
begin?
At
It was
the
over
beginning.
before
At this
you knew it.
hour, it's a bit of an extreme
Look,
choice.
we gotta tell it how it is. The Atlanta Reign, they were completely outclassed on Ilios. But going into this map, you know, I don't think they were expected to win.
No,
in the
Hawaii
first place.
is
Just
not
think
next
it's
to
one
the
of chins
United
because
States in the
Shanghai
middle of the
Dragons,
Pacific.
They were the upper seed, the higher seed going
Oh,
into
man.
this match, so they get the
It's
initial
contained
map
at a
pick,
small fence in
and
the
they
bottom
pick
left, according to all the
Ilios.
maps.
Known for a map
Penned
that
in.
cannot really force these Reinhardt
Apparently,
competitions,
someone knew
or
someone who
sometimes even the
legitimately
Orisa
believed that was the case, that
Atlanta
Hawaii was
Reign
like
were known
walled,
for
and
playing.
Alaska
So
as well,
really,
like
the first
walled
map,
off.
It was just the Shanghai Dragons putting on a display of skill, showing how good they are at playing these dive compositions, utilizing the far and the Sombra Tracer
I
dive.
think, chat,
and the
like,
Atlanta Reign, they just
the-
didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, and
The
moving on to
Overwatch
the
1
segment, we went to Hanamura,
lack
and
of
we
content
saw,
issue is
Atlanta
they're
Reign
working on
put out
Overwatch
the
2.
Orisa composition. They really had a
I guess it
difficult
just took a
time
bit longer than they
dealing with
expected to
Fleta
make.
Sfera in the first point. But at the end, Kai and Pelican, I believe, did a really good job. They were able to take it all the way, and then it was Dragon's
This
time,
was the
and then
Fleta that
Dragon,
I think you missed a bit of.
Yeah, I
it.
missed this bit, yeah.
It was just- it was
I mean,
Farah's
dream, isn't it? Like, just everyone in the- oh, God.
Free firing into a crowd. It was not pretty.
It was just not enough for the pure oppression of the Shanghai Dragons. My favorite part of the Hanamura map,
What happened to that
was in the
Baptiste?
overtime, where
Oh,
Shanghai
man.
Dragons on their attack was like, hey, you guys used Brawl and it didn't work. Hey, that looks fun. Let us try it. Oh, hey, it worked. That was kind of nice. All right, let's
What do you guys think about this anyway? Do you enjoy like watching Overwatch League in this kind of format? Because like I know Overwatch League probably isn't everyone's like cup of tea. It's a bit of a shame because like it is super interesting to me to watch the high level play. But I think it's a little bit more fun when you can just chill and sort of relax and have it in a more like relaxed environment and not just like I don't know trying to watch the actual mainstream or something. I don't know.
They have Izzyaki and Lee J gone great support.
It's definitely my
that are
preferred
able
way
to
of
really
watching it.
play
It's just
anything.
being
But
able to chat
Atlanta
with
Reign
people,
actually did start to show some
getting a
life.
group
They finished
together.
the map. They get into overtime. They had a great push in overtime as well. They get 5
a
points.
little bit of bants.
But
Never
unfortunately,
hurt anyone.
on their defense, they fumbled a little bit. Shanghai Dragons had 3 minutes, and they
Please no
lost
reverse
Kai
sweep.
to a ridiculous kill from Izzyaki across the map. And from there, it really
I mean, if I'm
snowballed. They
betting,
decided to try
chat,
and recontest the
there
first
will
point,
not be a
and the
reverse
Ultimates
sweep, and if
just
there
stacked
is,
up against them, and they do go on
then
to lose that map.
that is some next
3-0
level
deficit
Overwatch.
now for the Atlanta
I
Reign.
agree with what someone said in the chat of, you know, we're going to start feeling the effects of the pillar shatter any moment now. The ripples, the echo is coming back. It's
The echoes through
reverberating.
time and space.
The shatter that changed everything.
Rebounding off the fringes of the universe.
Fracturing through time.
I don't even need to lie to them.
We're just going to be in Shanghai and their tank's just going to fall over stunned. And it's just, what? How did this happen?
We won't talk about Ilios.
Gator had it all planned.
Matchup when they can play their compositions, and it is.
Correct me if I'm wrong, isn't Gator the one who pioneered
goats
goats in the first place?
They need to be
I don't
willing
know.
to adapt,
I think
and also
he
just
is.
No, wasn't
think
Goats.
that's a factor.
Hang on, wasn't
Hanamura,
Goats like
with that brawl comp at the final
didn't
moments, they had a
didn't
great bang
NIP
TP,
run a very
and
early
the
version
Atlanta
of
Reign just
Goats
fell over
before it
because
was a
of that.
thing?
The compositions they played
Triple
on Kings
tank
were
comps were
very
big in
smart
Europe
as
for a
well.
good
Atlanta
while.
Yeah.
Like
be
before the
smart,
Overwatch League was
quicker
even a
with
thing,
their
Triple Tank was
compositions.
quite
It was
epic.
when we played in the
Then you're
Overwatch
gonna
World
get away
Cup. Remember that? We got destroyed by
No,
Finland.
No, that never happened. That was an alternate timeline that never occurred, where we ended up playing in the Overwatch World Cup against Finland that had nothing but pro players on it, and then we had us.
Okay. Right, we've got it. Let's do it. Chat, you're off the screen. Let's go. Let's go.
Thank you very much, everybody. My God, we've been waiting quite some time for this. This guy's been teasing me about these 4 weeks. Now, we've seen the reworks and the new looks for Sombra and for
Simply
Baptiste.
Stimpy, thanks for the 5.
We know we're dealing with 5v5. We know about
The Overwatch out like this, it
degree
feels like
because
just hanging out with friends,
we've
yeah.
dealt, of course, with a lot of this content, and we've spoken with the developers to a degree. So it's very exciting.
You know, we got to see it obviously during the PvP.
I feel like Matt's about to sell me some sort of vigorous insurance plan for something I don't need.
Now with the
Like Mitch is about to sell me a condo or something.
Sombra,
Or a very expensive drink.
To be able to get casted, obviously, see some of the players that we've had in the playoffs play it in a highly competitive setting. Right?
Honestly, I love
these
it. Like,
players, you know, throughout this
Mitch,
test,
the shirts and everything, the fashion, it's just 10 out of
obviously
10.
They don't want their first showing in Overwatch 2 to be pretty poor. They obviously wanted to win.
Tenny, thanks for the
pretty
5.
hard, so
Co
I'm
streams are
excited
so
to see some of
awesome.
this.
Much prefer watching over the main stream. Yeah, the casters do look fresh. Like, you would do this. It's fun. Do it. You've got to have fun, man.
But let's talk about who we actually got in this example to sit down and play through the game. Again, we're not using the same teams. It's a bit of a mix and matches.
Team 2's DPS looks a little bit better than Team 1.
Team 2's quite stacked, man.
And obviously a large portion, I know all of these players.
That's a scary DPS line, yeah.
Gladiators, those
Holy
players,
God.
You know, you lose first from the Western region. They've had the most hands-on time with the game. I think probably some fun where they didn't want to just play their full team against their full team and decided
honestly,
to mess around.
like,
the things that I'm looking at,
they're just going to have fun. They're just going to experiment. They're just going to mess around.
Be fun to see him play.
And then someone's going to take someone out, and they're all going to get serious, and it's going to be great. The Overwatch 2 exhibition match happened yet? We've got a 5v5 lineup on the screen.
I know some of the highlights during
Suspect it's happening very soon.
Pre-show.
You've arrived
It'll be fun to
perfectly
see what it
timed.
looks like, though, once we get into game.
Yeah, we're going to be taking you into game in just a second, ladies and gentlemen. So bear with us now.
Here we go.
Exciting times, of course. To get
Here we
the
go,
feel
let's go.
here of, some high-level
Get a little bit more
gameplay,
volume on it.
Matthew. It's going to be Rome,
This
the
map
push
looks
map to
so
start us
good.
off.
Yeah, so push is obviously a new game mode.
Yeah, I love like Roman aesthetic in general. So
it's really kind of like a neutral objective.
So pretty
you have
looking.
the robot here. He'll push the barricades depending on who controls the objective back and forth. What's really great about this is obviously that there's not many scenarios you can tie. It's also one of the game modes that you
This
kind of
does look
find
nice.
where
Oh, man.
there's not really kind of an offense and defense, like a hard offense or defense on either side.
What is that in the sky?
Just playing just a kind of completely
Look at that futuristic
variable map where
Coliseum
sometimes
thing
you're
over
on
there.
defense, sometimes you're
Cool.
on offense. A lot of just flow to it.
Oh my god.
Absolutely. And look, and Space said there's a lot of fighting. You've got
looks
like
massive,
those
that does.
skirmishes going
The
on.
lighting
a lot
looks
of
so
back and
good
forth
as
stuff
well.
here. It's going to be 5 versus 5, of course, and we already get to see some of these locks to start things off. We're going to see Bastion straight off the bat, which
God,
is
we're gonna
great.
get to see
Also
the new
Sombra, so
Bastion.
both these two new look heroes with their reworks are going to be coming out the gates.
Well, also a reminder that there's some of the other changes that were in the
They haven't turned the
PvP
game
stream
sound on.
that are in here as well. Right? Reinhardt, when he charges, can
They've just
control
got music
and
playing.
maneuver himself.
They got
see
that power
Space there.
steering, baby.
Yeah, Space coming out
Turn
of
the music
spawn,
on,
right?
lads. The game sound,
being
lads.
able to
Come on,
get
let's
right
go.
towards that choke and the
This is where we make
double fire
an
strike. So some
asterisk
changes
of
there
we are
with
not in
Reinhardt,
control of the
as we
audio.
get to the
Yeah,
main.
we're not in control of
this
the
is a pretty
audio.
deadly area of the map, right? A large, long corridor. It's
Anyway.
something we usually don't
Look at
have
this
a lot of Overwatch on these like, massive,
This looks
long,
so
drawn-out
stupid.
sections.
There it is, Bastion on the move. Unreal.
Oh, here we go. We got sound
You
now.
see the biotic grenade thrown in
Oh, this
there
is
by
dirty. This is
Shu.
dirty.
But I mean, the fact that you can move around and have that Gatling
Oh
gun
my
fire
god,
your little
Sombra.
Fire your mining.
Okay,
Wait, doesn't have it
it's
available
like
yet.
bursts,
Okay,
right?
Sombra.
It's
Look at the
really
hack,
good
it's
in, like,
disgusting.
long-range scenarios
Hang
you
on.
see here from
Oh my god.
I know Kevster's POV, Sombra.
Oh
right?
my
But
god.
Used in much more of like an offensive way.
Ooh.
Space gets hacked, but you see how fast the abilities
Nice.
come back online, and a nice spin there to take out Closer.
Okay, Space
I mean,
is
Reinhardt's
dirty. Look at the
faster now, isn't he?
maneuverability
Like,
that
with
he
his
has.
shield up and
For
stuff
such a
like that. Like, they made him
short-range
brawl,
charge,
yeah.
he can
I
still
think
connect.
he
my
can, he can
This means
control
the
his
team
charge
runner
more as
on the
well.
road,
It's
they're
more
pushing
responsive.
here, and, obviously, 2, I think TWO is
It's almost like a six.
for the robot
So you got
here.
6 players on
Yeah,
your
so
team when you
can
control
see
a bot
on the
chat.
top of the screen, right? No, the blue
Okay,
team
this-
is in the lead right now, pushing that
I
robot.
like-
the red team
okay,
gets
what's-
control
what's-
of it. It'll
what's
kind
Junkrat
of move
doing?
faster back towards the
Has he
middle.
changed?
It's really tied
Still
to
got
the
his track.
barricade
Got 2
more than
concussion mines.
anything is,
Maybe he isn't.
murdering here on the Junkrat on the flank.
And
Oh
see a lot
god,
of
nano
them
to
getting
Ryan, let's
hacked by
go.
Sombra right there, but
Yeah,
it's-
Space is
Oh
having a
my
good time.
The abilities are unavailable. We saw this one in the preview, I think. And yeah, Space
Oh,
is
it's a
getting
big shot,
bit,
let's go.
A little bit nutty with
You
it.
know what? We talk about the
Getting right
DPS
into the
lineup,
face
but
there with
Space
Mag,
is
and he
just
even
kind
has
of
a special
special.
to spend here. Now, these ultimates
Don't
don't
think it
come as
matters.
easy, right?
He
You're not
literally
getting
just
no,
charged
nearly as
in
much
and then was
ult charge
nanoed and
from
was like, let's
17
go.
tanks.
Well, yes, and I also think one thing you do realize right away
Oh, the
is
new
how much
AP,
more
oh
offensive
my
the tanks are, right?
word,
Where
everyone's
Space is able to get right up.
It sets
in
up
that
so
area.
nice for the
You see
game
Mag
as well.
there, it's interrupted, and he actually tries to go for a shatter, but it's going to be
I
an
mean-
EMP from Decay on the other side.
But EMP
Murdering on
just
Genji,
so
by the way.
much
Nasty
damage.
stuff. Assassin's already picked
Yeah,
up.
no, like, the
Mag
Mercy picked it
sleeps
up
off,
really quickly
and that's
with
the
that,
EMP
like,
coming out.
the
But Verdry still has obviously the
instant
use of the
Valkyrie.
dash so soon after the EMP hits. trying to deal
It
with
really,
the
it really
aggression
is
from
way
Moth
more
here in
brawlier,
Valkyrie.
isn't it? Like,
You
it's,
kinda
everyone's
think
just
of
jumping
the
all
EMP
over the
now,
place.
right, as like a large 1 second
Fights everywhere.
interrupt, and then it's really about Sombra getting the
Oh,
damage
so
and moving
nice.
after
Battle
that,
mercy.
trying to
Plus that
actually
health
little bit of
damage as
battle
well,
mercy.
yes, and trying to actually finish players off.
Oh
so
my
you
God.
see that's a nice hack here. Onto Moth.
This map seems absolutely
as,
massive.
he'll-
Where's
he'll end
Sombra
up
going
falling.
there?
So Assassin does have this Bastion. We'll see if he's able to get a good use of it. As on the other side, you also see it's going to be Mag with a Shatter.
You see,
See,
in between
this-
the barricades,
I
keep
think this
the
game
barricades
mode's actually gonna be
open.
really good.
Moves quite quickly,
'Cause
so it didn't take long
I
enough
think
for
this
them
works
to fight for
much
Team
better
2
in
to be back
5v5 than
in
it does in
control of the
6v6.
objective, and now they're starting to move their barricade up.
Just look
Look at him with it.
My
control it.
yeah, he's not ready. The hydraulics are just too insane. Mag finds the shadow, knocks space
These
on down, looks for
bastions.
Assassin who's sleeping, and Murdering's going to go for the blade here. That's one, that's two.
mean-
And almost getting 50% of it, 40% of an entire
This
team with one
this
blade is
looks
pretty
like a
nice.
massive
Yeah, and I think you can
deathmatch.
see
Don't
just
it? It looks
how-
like what?
looks-
obviously,
it looks
Overwatch
like a
a
lot
very
of fun.
fast-paced game, but in 5v5, just
Just
the
looks like you're
aggression
taking
and
1v1s
pace you can play
everywhere.
at. And I think
What?
that's a great point, right? That we're used to like 2 kills with a Dragon Blade.
Is that
fighting
massive
for a
alarm
very long
sound
time.
effect
Here's
then
the
off Bastion?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's a 2-2.
3 spots down here. You see Mag
Toot,
takes a
toot.
decent
It's really
amount of
cool.
that splash damage.
And everyone
Jeff was
has to
talking
run
about
away.
it earlier.
I mean, it did
But
nothing,
able
but
to
it was
kill them.
really cool.
You have a Zarya here though for space. Bear
It
in
did
mind,
force them
Zarya
to
has
move, I
2
guess,
bubbles.
so-
She can pop herself twice or
Oh,
a
that-
teammate twice, and that shield
that-
Mag
that
just
EMPs,
disappears. EMP
they cause me
gets thrown in
physical
there.
pain.
Moth is off the lowest. Q goes for that little sleep dart. The Assassin is
I'm really
super
curious to
low.
see,
It's
like,
Scoot
because
showing
with
us
that
a little bit of
EMP,
that. Arno,
if you have
very
like a
nice.
Baptiste, it looks like you
As
can
he's
just
able
heal
to keep
everyone up
everybody
really quickly.
charged up, and
But with,
you
like,
see one
Arno,
of the
it feels
ticks
like
on
Arno's
the
gonna be a
top
lot
of the
weaker.
screen as the red team is approaching it. That's going to be a bit of a checkpoint there for
Oh, yeah.
push.
Just
So
with
that'll
that
give
1
them a
second
little bit of a
disable, like,
forward
if
spawn.
you don't kill the
Obviously,
Zen immediately,
yeah,
you're just gonna have
it would be
Transcendence in a
kind of
second.
crazy if they
Like,
had to spawn all the way in
It
the
changes
back,
so
to try
much
and
that
get
it's
the-
like difficult
the
to
objective,
take into account
at this
everything at
point.
once.
Yeah.
Also, just to remind people, this is a
Reaper.
different version of Zarya. Zarya has the 2 bubbles on a shared
I mean, it's
cooldown.
disgusting damage, but I
Reaper
guess
guy goes
he's
in.
nanoed.
The sound of the Hellfire shotguns
I mean,
as
it's
well,
Reaper doing
rattles,
Reaper things.
right?
This is what he does.
Especially in that underpass.
It's something that Space talked about, right? You know, graphically, obviously, the
Back
new
when he
hero
goes on
looks
water
for
cannon,
a lot of the different
he
heroes.
gains basically
in
3
this
Doom
build, but then
pistols. It's
also
probably the
just
simplest way to
weapon
explain it.
sounds
They
is
can
one
be
of the things
deflected
where,
though, or
I think
eaten with
speaking to some of the
defense
players who
matrix,
have had some
or
hands-on, they're
shields
like,
can
"Man,
intercept
the
them.
damage just feels so strong. And I
So the
think
bot's
it's
moving back
because,
now. Basically,
you know,
when you
there's
catch the bot, it runs back
sounds
faster
of the guns and everything.
to basically
just
wherever
feels so
your
much
thing
more
was
like
left and then
violent,
starts
right? It
pushing
feels
it again.
really, like more real, I think, than kind of like
Oh, the
Overwatch.
Reaper
I noticed the
Sombra
sound
combo on
playing
that
when one of
Rhine.
your teammates is
Just-
eliminated, like
Yeah.
what we hear in
Yeah,
Knockout,
I mean, that
elimination,
is-
or Lockout, excuse me. Look at the EMP.
I mean,
look at the percent health damage on
just-
Mag.
you're
He gets
just dead.
blown to smithereens
You're
by
just
Kevster
dead.
after with the
It's
damage
disgusting.
increase.
Yeah,
This
it just
Sombra
makes
is
Sombra,
disgusting.
like, offensive
I think it's
powerhouse,
actually
right? You kind of
disgusting.
look
Look at the damage.
players who play
It's just
Sombra
like
now,
disgusting,
really just trying
right?
to
What
play
the-
more of a
what the hell?
team-oriented
It's
game.
mental.
Now it is just way more of kind of almost like playing a little bit of a Tracer version. So the blue team
I
going to
don't-
get
I
up,
don't- I
get
don't-
towards
I-
this barrier.
it's
You
just
can
like-
see now they take the lead at the top of the screen. They are in charge.
That yellow
it's
line
broken
represents
style.
the enemy
I
team's
think it might
sort
be.
of furthest
I
progress.
think it
So they
might
can tell
be.
when they've sort of gotten
It
ahead.
just seems to win every time.
Enemy forward spawn
Look
change
at
there.
it,
So
just another
with that
one. It's like, you're
checkpoint now,
dead.
that changes obviously.
I think the
where
question is
leading
like,
team
why
comes
play
from.
Tracer if you can play
Yeah, this
Sombra?
is scary.
It's
Well,
like
we don't know
Pulse
what's
Bomb
going to happen
against
with Tracer, do we? Maybe
God, the
she's
time
like.
to kill feels
Maybe she
low.
pulse
I mean,
bombs the entire
Burgundy is
enemy team.
attacking
Like,
non-space,
that
to
is
be fair,
what she
but Space also was the first to fall there.
Moth had the rally, but he didn't have it for much longer. As Nanoblade, regardless,
So who else is
6v6,
becoming a Sombra main
3v3,
chat?
5v5,
'Cause,
whatever you want to play. Still so impactful as Space now. See if he can get charged
Comment
up on
below
this. Zarya
or
can get,
leave a
like,
message.
plus
Sombra if you want
grab
now. No,
combination.
hack the planet. You know, it's
TWO
Sombra
is pretty
main.
much sat in the middle of the map for the time being, but Team 1 lead.
Like,
With
I
under 2
kind
minutes
of,
now
like, I
left.
do like
There's the grab.
the Zarya though.
Pretty nice cleanup.
She
Easy
seems
up for
quite
Space
nice.
to get a ton of charge individually now. He can
Like
be
she seems to do
self-sustaining.
extra damage, or more damage than she does on live. Having the double shields is nice.
Filthy is that'll be a team wipe here.
High charge
for
Zarya
the
is
blue
one of the
team
most
as they
fun
are
It's
things
still
so-
to play
in
in
the lead,
Overwatch.
so
trying to get
satisfying,
the
isn't it?
Barricade even
So
further
amazing.
right before their
Every map
progress,
more
making
often
it
is
even
always
harder for
gonna
the
be
red
so
team to
fun.
come back. Is some more changes here for the red team, as I'm sure a lot of these players experimented throughout this. Is birdring now
Yeah,
over
like
the
balance
Reaper,
guys as well.
Mag
Obviously,
on the
like
Diva.
balance is going to
So
be
I
whack
know a lot
because it's
of,
not.
players just even
Balance is
think
whack
right
anyway in
now are a little
Overwatch.
bit kind of,
But
worried.
it's
They
like
think about Diva in solo
everything's
play,
in flux.
But she's so good as like a duelist, like 1v1.
But what's interesting to me
that
is
she's
this
able to really
doesn't
be
seem
pretty strong.
And we definitely already knew that,
like
right? That was something
as
that she
coordinated as I was
showcased,
expecting it to
in
be. It
Overwatch
does
for
still
quite some
seem
time.
like
Birdring, I mean,
when we
this is a
watch the
much more
devs play,
familiar
but
pick for
obviously the
him.
players are just more accurate, you
Nasty
know?
stuff as Space there gets
It
kind of
feels
blown
like
up
they're
again.
getting more
It was
coordinated.
mentioned,
The
Space
more
said
it
that
feels like
tanks
they
feel
might be
sort of
like a kind of
bigger
predictive
DPSs.
where they
also
mess around
fall
at
just as
first
quickly
and
in some
then
cases now.
they start
Like,
losing.
I
It's like,
think you can
guys,
also
we gotta
see
play
how,
seriously.
like, speed in
We're
just
not losing.
verticality is going to end up playing, right? Where Mag is able to get in a position.
That's a
make
good
play,
thing.
but then
So
also
the way,
for
the way this
features
works,
that-
basically, guys, is
Nice.
whoever's
Like
pushed it the furthest
that.
distance will win at the end of the timer,
Nice.
or you push it all the way to the final
Sure,
point and then you win.
Sure he'll want that one for
So,
the highlight
in
reel.
theory,
Looks
it's
like the blue team
impossible
actually gonna
almost
try and
to
wrap
draw
through the
this.
middle of the map.
It would be
So
very
that's
unlikely
one
to
thing with
draw.
the objective being really like a neutral objective is there's a lot of areas to play in the middle of the map.
This
that you
map
can just
has got loads
put
of
up
little
the circle and
side
then go
doors,
play
hasn't it?
for
And
a,
like
you know,
little
static objective, like a control
Lots
or
of little
something
flank
like that.
paths and high.
There's so many
like
different
this
routes you
bridge
can take because
layout as
obviously
well.
the
Just
robots
Yeah.
take
that little
long
bit
to
high
get back to
ground
the
makes
barricade. You
that
can
little
take
bit of
numerous
mobility
fights
so
in
much
different
more
areas.
useful.
There's a sense where you don't necessarily always want to fight around
No,
where TWO is,
yeah, you
right?
wouldn't think so.
So
right?
these fights are being taken
There's
externally
no
to
shields.
where the
Yeah,
robot
it's
is.
So
it's
we're
weird.
getting
Like
very
this
close
was
to
also
overtime.
like
7 seconds on
playing
the left.
Reinhardt on this map is gonna be so difficult.
Overtime will trigger because
But it
the
feels
red
like that's
team
just the
is
more dynamic
behind right now.
play
The blue
style
team
that
in the
Overwatch
lead.
has.
They'll have an opportunity as long as they control.
But it's
this
like
to
you
keep
almost
moving
need
the
access,
robot
don't you, to the
forward.
high ground as
there
well.
on
Like
the
in this,
score, you can
if
actually
you're
see where
Reinhardt
teams
running
need to
around
get
with
to
this
in
bridge
the
here,
map.
you're just
Can't
getting
throw this through the middle,
battered.
right? Unless TWO never moves, I guess that is one situation.
It'd
But
be difficult, and you'd jinx us if it did.
EMP for 3. TWO just hanging
EMP is
hanging off
just
the barricade.
amazing.
Dead Blossom here by Birdwing to try and clear some space. Team Tool are moving for the time being, and they're using that to break line of sight, right? Using TWO and the barricade to avoid the damage, but damn,
So
Team One got
basically,
back
right,
awfully quick.
team
Yeah, the barricade gives you
a team that are
little bit of
pushing
a
now
space
needs to be
there
stopped,
be able to
and
move
well, they
up,
do
almost
get
a little
stopped.
bit like cover to get in position, and it's going to be the blue team.
But that was the win
wiping
condition
red
for Team 1. They had
off
to stop
of
them.
the
But they
robot
basically had
not
to win a
pushing the
fight.
barricade anymore, so that'll end up with
Because
the
there was no
blue
way they were
team
going to
winning,
push it any
which,
further. 'Cause as soon as they win
that's
that
really
fight, it
exciting to
basically
see,
would,
like,
that would
the
be the end of it.
first kind of competitive showing of push.
And that was
Because I
alright.
think,
That was
right,
alright,
it was,
actually.
you
That
know,
wasn't too bad.
BlizzCon
It's
2
still
years
super
ago,
deathmatchy, that is, isn't
I
it?
mean, the time just blends
Yeah.
in right now, where
Yeah.
we
Which
saw it played on Toronto.
I'm
And
gonna
that was
make the
really
bold
just kind of like
statement
a
and
lot
say
of
I am
play
in
tests with,
favor
the
of that.
general public and whatnot.
Which
To see
I
the
know
pros play it
is
in like a
an
competitive
odd
environment,
statement to make when
really
watching the
interesting.
Overwatch League's
I
finals,
also
but
think
it's
you can
like.
kind of see from some of that gameplay, right? Is
But
like
I spend most of my
ultimates are
time
a
playing
little
this
bit
game
harder to
either with
game,
one
in
person,
terms of,
like
right, you know,
queuing
tanks
as a
taking,
duo,
you know,
or
one
playing
less
like
tank.
solo
Yeah, there are
queues.
definitely
So
less of them, right?
Yeah, also
the
tanks generating
massive
less
emphasis on
ultimates,
team
but that
playing
also allows you
coordination
to
currently in
switch
Overwatch
pretty frequently,
makes
right?
it
You can
feel
play
like
different things at different
you're
times.
so
and,
dependent on everyone
you know,
working
really
together
make
and
an
everyone
impact
playing
by
together
switching
and pulling their
heroes at
weight.
the right time.
I was really
By
impressed
making
by
it more
some of these
deathmatchy
fights being
and
taken away
brawly,
from the objective.
Yeah.
seems like
It
you fight
just
on
opens the
objective
game
or
up a little
just
bit for more
external
individual
to it, because the maps
contribution and
feel so
less
much bigger,
reliance
right?
on
So many
teammates.
different routes you can take.
Maybe that's
We
just
could
me
gush
being
about this
selfish,
for
but
quite a while. We've got to
Yeah.
get
it's part of
on
what
the
I
go
always
back.
liked
Yeah, exactly. I do wanna
Control
hear,
as like a
obviously,
game mode,
how the
because
Destiny
that feels like
react to this, 'cause
one
obviously
player
lots of
playing really
ex-pros
well
there,
can have a lot of
excitement
impact.
around Overwatch 2 push. So, Zoe and the crew.
Well, it's almost like Control without shields, isn't it, in a way? Like, we didn't really see
Thank you so
shields,
much,
did we, chat?
Mitch
We've seen
and
Ryan, and
Vlad.
he just
Well,
got his
that
shield
looked like so much
obliterated.
fun, and we got a special
And then
guest joining
no
us
more
here in
shields,
just a
basically.
second as well to talk about what we
Which
just
does
got
mean
to
it's more
see,
sort
but
of,
really
I don't know,
quick
it,
first
I
impressions,
bet you,
starting with
I
you,
bet
Danny.
you guys, that's
Hey,
really fun to
based
play,
on
honestly.
that
I bet that
Reinhardt
feels great to
though.
play. To watch, it was a bit all over the place, but, you know,
you're
it's
looking kinda
early
clean with
days,
that
literally their
hammer,
first
I'm
time they
just
played
saying.
Overwatch 2.
Good
But I reckon,
Yeah,
I don't
for
know, I
me,
think
it
that'll
was
work
that,
really
like,
well. I
a
just think,
couple
like,
of
when I
kills
played
really
Push,
turned a team
which
fight
was
with one
years
less
ago
hero
now,
on the
it was
on the
6v6,
map,
and
it's
just
just
having
those
2
double,
tanks
triple kills
means
really
you can,
have that
like,
more weight.
the tanks are
I mean,
hard to
I gotta
kill,
say
right?
the
So if they're
gun
just
sounds
chilling
so,
on the point, the
they're
fights
making a
last
big
much
difference
longer.
to me, and
This
I
is
can't
like,
wait to be at a live
everyone
Overwatch
needs
League
to
event
win their
next
sort
year,
of
perhaps,
1v1 almost.
to
If you
hear
can
some
get
of
rid of
those
the
new
tank,
sounds,
then that's going to be
epic
great.
to me.
Absolutely, I just love the fast pace of it. It was just action.
I'd also
action,
like
action.
give
That's
the
what I
warning
wanna
of
see
it's
in my
if you
game.
put
Now,
a bunch of
joining
people
us
completely
here
fresh onto
for our
Overwatch,
game break is
it would
game
look
director
similar.
of Overwatch.
Oh, we got the
Like,
game
Aaron,
director.
how
Hang
How are
on,
you
Joe.
doing, Aaron?
Oh,
Hi, I'm doing great, thank you.
I could not hear you, but I assume you said I'm doing great. So I'm happy to be here.
We're just lip syncing good. Can you hear me now?
Right. Now we hear you. Thank you so much for joining us. Tell me, how has it been for you to get to watch pro players playing your baby Overwatch 2?
It's been really great. I didn't actually think it was going to have this effect on me, so I'm just kind of riffing here, but that was really special. If you think about it, this is the first time that anybody in the public has played our game. And as a developer, to just be able to work on something for such a long period of time and finally put it out and see it being played, and especially being played at like such a high level, it's actually like kind of emotionally
I played it in
significant
2019.
for me, and I'm sure the rest of the team feels that way too.
Oh, I bet it does.
Do.
Yeah, we found emotional too watching it. That was just so much fun. Before I hand it over to Danny for the next question, do you feel like they played it like you meant for it to be played? Like, did they did they
No,
use
don't
it
do
as
that.
supposed to?
They followed the script perfectly. Yeah.
Perfect.
There's script for everything.
I mean, that's what makes a good show, man.
All right, Aaron. Hi, Aaron.
Hey.
Just wanted to say hi before I ask my question.
He's
Hello.
very polite. He's
All
so
right.
polite.
You know, we were talking about the players, so my question is actually about the players as well. You know, we've seen some of the best Overwatch League players play Overwatch 2. Was there a standout player for you, or was there a player that impressed you the most?
Are you talking about if we're talking about the match we just watched or the show match?
Yes, the match. Yeah.
The tanks were even more effective than I was expecting them to be, and especially on our push maps. So we're talking about Rome, where there's this winding path that kind of the push robot follows, but through the middle of the map there's this cut through that the teams can take. And I was really impressed with the way a lot of times the tanks would cut through the middle and either push or cut off people from the other team. You saw D.Va do it about 2/3 of the way through against the enemy team's Ashe. And it's something that we've always kind of wondered about when really good people play this match, like very organized teams. How many people are going to be on the payload, and how many people are going to be kind of pushing forward and taking the fight to the other team using a lot of these other areas of the map. So it was really cool watching that, and it was really cool seeing how the tanks handled it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just really cool to see like how the game has changed with one hero out of the lineup, really. And something that I'm looking forward to in Overwatch 2 is just seeing how much better they get, especially with all the heroes. The question that I have is, in the future when we get the build in Overwatch League 2022, are we going to have the original right now 32 heroes all available for us?
Yeah, so Jeff Goodman earlier talked about some of the reworks that we're doing.
Talk about beta
shown
build.
Some of those reworks tonight, and we're going to keep doing those. It's really important for us that all of the heroes work in the new 5v5 world that Overwatch 2 is going to take place in. Our plan is that we will have all of those heroes, all 32 of those heroes,
awesome,
playable for the next season of Overwatch League. And who knows, there might even be a few more.
Oh, guys.
Well, hopefully there is a few more.
Pause. Pause.
Like the Bastion rework wasn't enough. We're getting more. Really looking forward to that. For my question, of course, we've now had a chance to look at pros taking on Overwatch 2 and playing some of that. But we didn't get to see the entire hero roster. You know, of course, some are being reworked as we speak. But what are some things we perhaps didn't see that you're really looking forward to see Overwatch League pros get their hand on and see what they can do with their creativity, of course, in the game?
I'm really looking forward to them getting a handle on 5v5, the way the new heroes work, and how all of that works on some of our new maps, especially the new game mode maps. It's really cool to see, like, especially in that last match, you saw Reaper come out at a certain point, and he's so powerful in push because the teams are a lot closer together in a mode like this. And they're always kind of just like dancing right at the edge of each other. And so heroes like that, we saw Doomfist out there, we saw Genji out there, they're really able to make big plays. And it's another one of those things that I think is kind of cool in 5v5. So yes, 1 or 2 kills does matter. It can turn a fight around, but at the same time, there is an opportunity to carry. A well-placed pulse bomb can completely even out that fight and start like pushing it in the other direction.
Yeah, I do want to talk about push because it's a map that we haven't really explored, or a mode that we haven't explored much at all. When you're designing these new push game modes, are you trying to create a different scenario to something you'd likely see in Escort, Hybrid, or Control? Do you want it to feel different to these other game modes?
Yeah, that's part of it. We want something that feels different. We want something that plays well. And one of the things that I really like about push, and the reason why I feel like it's different, is it takes a little bit from Control and it takes a little bit from payload. So in Control, like for a King of the Hill map, all of the action takes place in the middle of the map, or most of it does, on or around the control point. And then in a payload map, you have action kind of happening all the way through the map, and team fights happen in different areas. And so it's not just that the different hero compositions and what the teams are doing affect any of those team fights or any of the combat, but the actual map geometry does that too. So with something like Push, it's a symmetrical game mode, just like Control is, but you're fighting all the way across the map in both directions. And then on top of that, the robot has different speeds in that map too. So we're able to kind of have this little catch-up mechanic, so teams can really push far into enemy territory and then like really bring it back quickly to the other side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I do wonder, I mean, making a sequel, it's always a tall order, even more so when the first one has been such a successful title. What was the most important thing for you and your team to preserve moving from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2?
The thing that I think is a hallmark of Overwatch is the way the heroes move, the way that they kind of synergize with each other, and the way that all of our game modes and our maps demand teams to work together. You can't accomplish everything by yourself in Overwatch. You have to work with your team in order to do it. So we really wanted to preserve that. The new game mode that we saw tonight, Push, does it. It still requires teamwork in 5v5. And then on top of that, the thing that I really, really love about Overwatch is just the way any of the individual heroes feel. Just jumping into the game and strafing back and forth feels good. Blinking around a map as Tracer feels amazing. So we had to preserve that. We had to make it feel like it was this same incredibly responsive game that requires all of the strategy and the cooperation that Overwatch 1 takes.
Right, definitely. It looked smooth. It looked vibrant. It looked so much fun. So it looked like everything we wanted and then some. Now, any last thoughts or sentiments, rather, you would like to share with the community before, the first Reddit thread pops up?
Sure. You didn't even ask me when the game was going to ship, so like I don't even know where to go.
I tried my luck with Jeff. He was very tightly.
Give me the game launch date now.
Feel free, take it.
Do not understand how much pain this is causing me.
I bring that up myself. That was a huge mistake. But okay, I can't talk about
you yourself.
I can't talk about when the game is going to ship. But I think one of the really exciting things that's happening is that Overwatch League is going to be playing the Overwatch 2 build next season. And this is something that's really exciting for us to actually see this sequel that we're playing, an early build of it being played by the top players in the world. So I know we can't talk about the date, but the game is moving forward and it's far enough along that we want Overwatch League playing it.
Absolutely. I mean, you say you're excited about it. Think about us.
Oh, yeah.
We're counting down the days already for the next season. Aaron, thank you so much for joining us. We can't wait to see more of the game and you and your team. But we've got a grand finals to finish. When we come back after this, we will crown the 2021 champion. So don't go anywhere. Aaron, once again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Huge news.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you.
Still don't have a launch date. Oh.
Zoe?
All right.
Us?
Us?
All right.
Still? Whoa.
The production's hard. I think they can't give a date or even an estimate, because the moment they give an estimate and the moment they have to move it or shift it, like everyone will be really upset.
See, I think when you look at it this way, guys, developing a game, if you do it publicly, is quite difficult, because if you're communicating with people while you're building something and you don't entirely know what the thing is you're building yourself, then you can kind of, you might promise one thing one week and then the next week you go, actually, no, we're not doing that. But then people are like, hang on, what are we getting? Then it gets even more confusing. But on the other end of the scale, when you get like very limited communication, when it is, we know they're working on Overwatch 2, it does kind of get a bit frustrating sometimes. Because you're like, well, show me something new. You know what I mean? Which is natural. Yeah, the thing is, I can't wait to play Overwatch 2. I mean, the Overwatch 2 I've played is ancient now it wasn't even 5v5, the version I played. I mean, the story mission in Rio was that was decent. the talent system wasn't there. I think we could only really choose between 1 or 2 talents. I think just altered the abilities basically that we had from what I remember. But it's just crazy to me because that's 2019. That's like, you know, that's years ago. Tech Geo, thanks for the 5. We will wait. It's such a great game. See, you know, this is the thing as well. Oh no, Ganymede's died. It's like it's a bit cynical to say this, but you absolutely know that when Overwatch 2 launches, people will come back to the game. So it doesn't really matter when it launches, provided it launches in a good state. But obviously for us who are like playing Overwatch now, it gets a little bit frustrating. But hopefully we'll just forget about this in the future and it'll be like, oh yeah, remember when we waited for Overwatch 2?
I literally have flashbacks of what was the meme, like full 10th or full 12th for like the original Overwatch beta. Like there was such a long wait for that as well. Like in those days, most people have forgotten.
The ropes. There's no other way to put it, ladies and gentlemen. The Shanghai Dragons have come out.
It was full 12th or something was like the original beta date that people were constantly memeing about.
Taking their foot off the gas, man.
No,
Yeah.
as I feel like there's so much happening today. We get back into the grand
Hello
finals.
from Britain, Patrick.
They have been
the content pipeline, guys, needs to be better for Overwatch 2. It absolutely has to be, and I'm sure it will be. Because, well, the team's bigger, so surely they can make more stuff.
This is going to be a tough mountain for Atlanta to climb. Now they've had some time to work out, you know, some different strategies.
He's got that thing in his pocket.
Here,
oh no!
In the break.
What is it, Carl? I think he's called Carl.
Two teams, we'll find out.
One of the scariest things I feel like you can do in a grand final is to bring something new, right? Something your opponent hasn't seen before.
Oh, Rain look like
that
they're
is
in good
what the
spirits.
Dragons have been able to do. New,
Somehow.
it's old new, right?
Because it's the start of the comeback.
Yeah, there we go.
Sort of, you know, Sigma set up, very high.
Do you believe, chat? Do you believe the comeback is on?
Back over towards about
It's 4 a.m. and Kai's in your kitchen with a... What's he got? He's got a peacekeeper.
But they cannot take the map back. So here's their 3rd map pick in a row. Havana is their final game.
Want new heroes every day in Overwatch 2.
You know, the King's Row
New auto every day of the week.
relatively close, right?
Yeah, that's right. The Overwatch 2 devs are focusing on Overwatch 3 now. Can you imagine? The game launches and then it's just like, we've got a massive announcement to make. Overwatch 3, and you're just like, what?
So you look to Havana coming up.
Thanks, Gio. Thanks for the 5. All right, Atlanta's got one last chance. They have, but I think Atlanta need to deploy the hacks to win, which might be difficult. I'm not saying they hack, but it will be difficult because they're in a controlled environment.
Li Zhang is an okay option. You know, if they go Nepal, you're really okay with that. Gator trying to bait them into playing the Rush Mirror, and Fate says no. So then, let's say you're able to get them to go like Nepal, right? You know, maybe there's a chance you can take the Nepal. You can then kind of get to another.
No, I think there'll be more than 2 Overwatch heroes at launch for Overwatch 2. There's got to be more. I reckon they might drop like 3 or 4 and then do another one a month later and then another one. There you go. Get some of that down your chat. We kept hearing 6 was the number, I remember. But I mean, if they launch with 6 heroes, that'd be a bit mad. Maybe they will. Don't know.
I mean, have you seen the new Sombra? A bit mad. It's like out the window at this point.
What do you even add as a new character? I mean, what? Well, the Junker Queen, the model was leaked, wasn't it, in the PvP stream? No, the BlizzCon Online stream.
Atlanta, they'll go with double
Okay.